Osio. Osio, can you say Osio? Osio, Bakwatsa Santa, Ikiyin. Hello and good afternoon, women. Bakwatsa Santa, Iliha. Hello and good afternoon, men. Bakwatsa Santa, Iruha. Good afternoon, children. Bakwatsa Santa, Wakatanta. Good afternoon, all you sons of this nation. My name is Chief Walt Red Hawk Brown. I'm chief of the Chero and Haka tribe of Southampton County, Virginia, and I extend my personal welcome to this outstanding ceremony of the African landing here at Fort Monroe. I have my tribal men and women here. We're going to be doing an honor dance for those that landed many moons ago. We're going to do an honor dance on the first CD drum song. Afterwards, I'm going to have one song to come and do a jingle dance. Jingle dance is dance for the healing of the nation, because our nation needs healing. We need healing. So she's going to do a jingle dance. So what we're going to do now, we're going to lead the dance, the honor song, for those that came here many moons ago and landed here at Fort Monroe. Thank you. Okay. Come on, guys, up. Right up. Thank you, Wizard. guys may not know this, but that jingle dress weighs 15 pounds, okay? With the jingles on it, that's how much it weighs. At this time, I'm going to ask if they would take the chairs and move them over there in the shade, because our tribal women and men have regalia on it, and it gets very warm. So they're going to relocate everybody over there, okay? Thank you so very much. It is definitely a great honor to be here. It's a beautiful ceremony. We have all dignitaries here. I'm quite sure they're going to be introduced in a few minutes. We got my friend here, Senator Law. Thanks, you also. I'd like for the moderator to come forward after I do the prayer, the Iroquois prayer, and introduce everybody. Okay. At this time, I'm going to do the Iroquois prayer, my heart song. We believe that before you invoke, you attempt to celebrate any event, that first you must invoke the aid of deity. Aho! Aho! My heart song. Sesanki vis. Tachana witi kwekahante. Great creator. Santi tong wakoske. Jertenhara. Morning strong prayer. Sesanki ibis. My heart song. Ii tarahanda hehinu. I hear the thunder. Ii baskahi yat out chi. I see the rain. Ii swarori yatachi. I touch the wind. Hoke ina oter. Yes, Mother Earth. Hoke akra kwekawintika. Yes, Father Sky. Hoke tachana witika. Yes, Great Spirit. Santitang wakoste dirtenhara. Morning strong prayer. Sesanki vis. My heart song. Santitang wakoste dirtenhara. Morning strong prayer. Ii farere ina oter. I touch Mother Earth. Sesanki ibis. My heart song. Sesanki ibis. My heart song. Tachana witi kwekahante dirtenhara. Great Spirit prayer. Oh, Great Spirit, tachana witi kwekahante, whose voice vastika I hear santeta in the wind yatachi, whose breath Anturus gives life to all the world. Hear me, parahanta ii. I need your strength, wakoste, and wisdom. Let me walk ear in beauty, yasakwats, and make my eyes ses unkohara. Ever behold, baskahi, the red Ganamkware, and the purple sunset. Make my hands ses nanki, respect the things you have made, and my ears ses sanchiki, sharp, wakoste, to hear your voice, tarahanta, set pasvika. Make me wise that I may understand the things you have taught my people. Help me to remain calm and strong, wakoste, in the face of all that comes toward me. Let me hear the lessons you have hid under every leaf, O Harak, and every rock, O Runtag. Help me to seek pure bakwas, thoughts, and act with the intention of helping others. Help me find compassion, tachanusta, and seek strength, wakoste, not to be greater, tachana with thee than my brother, ii katatake, but to fight untreacheer you, my greatest enemy, myself. Aho! 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 Thank you so very much. You're so kind.
We want to thank so much for Chief Walter Red Hawk Brown coming with the Cheryl Cheryl and Haka, Nottoway tribe of Southampton, of the Nazaman Indian tribe, to be here with us. I said it. I said Nottoway. Cheryl and Haka, Nottoway tribe. And we are grateful for his prayer that open us up today. Also want to think for just a moment as we begin this journey. Think of where you are. Look about for just a moment. Long before we were in this land, there was the Nottoway, the Nanzaman, all a part of the Powhatan chiefdom, all here. Long before we were. And now we continue the journey as we have a moment here to welcome Batoto Yeto for some traditional Angolan drumming, as well as a libation that will come, another form of prayer.
Ho! Ho!
Grand Rising, good morning, wonderful people. Wonderful people out here. Before I get started, though, I must ask to our elders in the community, is it okay for me to speak and move forward? May I have your blessing? Can I hear a little bit louder? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to greet everybody in many greetings of the universe. Praise the Lord. Assalamu alaikum. Namaste. Hetep. Shem Hotep. Shalom alaikum. Aho. If any universal greetings I did not say, I'm greeting everybody this morning because this is an inclusive event. But I want us to take 3 deep breaths. Why do I want us to take 3 deep breaths? Because anytime you come into a setting, whether it's a mosque, church, or the holy ground of the earth, the Ile, Mother Earth, no matter where you go, center yourself so that you can receive the message and get what's coming to you in the moment of where you're at. So why don't we do this? Let's breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, this libation is going to be a little bit different this morning. And please forgive me for having my back to you all as well. Imagine yourself coming off that boat, off that water, and landing here. You're on that boat, you're coming to foreign territory. Where's your mind at? Where's your energy at? You come into an area that you know nothing about. Getting off that boat, right? Coming off that water. So when we pour these libations today, we're pouring for our African brothers and sisters who came across that water. Ones who did not make it and jumped in the water because they didn't want to come here. You don't think about that, do you? We're going to pour that water for them as well, too. We're going to pour that water from those African brothers and sisters that came here from all of West Africa. All of West Africa. They didn't even nobody else. Because when they got here, a lot of sacrifices were made. So when we said take those 3 deep breaths, I want you all to think, why are we here today? You know why? Because somebody died, gave up their life. They were either lynched, chased, beaten, or ran down, fighting for freedom. We didn't get this just because. We got this because there was a group of people that thought about us, that wanted us to become everything that we needed to be in this lifetime. I'm going to pour that water for them. People died. They gave up their life. Would you give up your life to make the next future live? King Malcolm, Harriet Tubman, Medgar Evers. We're going to pour that libation. A lot of people gave up their lives for that. And the people that came in 1619 also opened up the way for us to be here today. I am very, very, very grateful that I can serve my people. All the indigenous people out here as well. I want to give up much respect to our indigenous brothers and sisters across the world, to our Native American brothers and sisters as well. Because a lot of us have Native American in our blood. There was a lot of Africans that came to America. They got Native American in their blood as well too. We want to collectively acknowledge our ancestors, because those ancestors made a better way for us. And I'm looking all around at everybody today, because I need you all to understand, we are not as grateful as we think we are. We have taken advantage of so much stuff, but we don't get nothing back. Where is the reciprocity, you all? Where is it? And I'm not knocking nobody, I'm not putting nobody down, but we could definitely do a better job in terms of humanity. So I'm throwing that out in terms of libation as well too. I want to give thanks to the Most High, what you all may call that Most High by Jesus, Jehovah, Yahweh, Neter, Olodumare, and all the wonderful cultural, indigenous names that we call that invisible energy by. We give honor and we give thanks to that energy that we can get up every morning and to breathe and to talk. See, it's not about your house. It's not about your car. It's not about your money. It's the fact that you got health. And you can get up every morning, you can breathe, and you can walk, and you can talk. And your health is intact that you can do those things. So we give thanks. We give much, much thanks that we're able to be here today to give honor, to give praise, and many, many things. There was a group of people that came across the water, but there was also Native Americans here too, and other people, my white brothers and sisters as well too. A lot of people work collectively in order for us to have freedom today. So again, I'm going to kneel down on this ground and give love to Mother Earth, to the Most High that sits above us, to the four directions, the north, east, south, and west. And I want to say thank you, because if it wasn't for those who came before us, we would not be where we are today. I want to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. This is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for me, and one of the best moments in my life that I can give love and thanks to those that came before me. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, from East Cleveland, Ohio. My grandfather started the first African-American paint company in the city of Cleveland. My grandmother started the first African-American youth baseball team in the city of Cleveland. And they were able to do it because those folks that came across that water and died and gave their life. And to all my African brothers and sisters, y'all at home. You all at home. There is no division. We are together. There is no division. To my African brothers and sisters, there is no division. We are family. When you come here, it was already set up for you to take advantage of. It was already here. To my Native American brothers and sisters, thank you for helping us along the way too. We give much honor and much thanks. And to those freedom fighters, to my white brothers and sisters, to those freedom fighters who also gave up their life as well too, we thank you. To anybody collectively that thought about black folks, African people that helped us get to where we are today, I give you honor and thanks. When we leave today, how will you make humanity better? In one of the sacred African Odus, it says, in Iwori Irasun, it says, my only purpose for being born was to come in and make the world better than when I came into it. How will you make the world better? I love you all. I shake. Many blessings. Thank you, brother. Water.
We want to thank the Angolan Embassy and the people from Angola for coming and collecting some of the soil that we will be using in the soil blending in a little bit. I also want to thank so much Baba Ometosi for giving us the libation and for opening us up again. Another prayer we are given. My name is Sheila Arnold, and I am your narrator today. I'm here from Hampton, Virginia, and Reverend Deborah Haggins could not be with us here for prayer, so I'm going to do prayer with us. And prayer is in every culture. Whatever type of prayer there is, In every culture, there is acknowledgement. There is someone, something bigger than we, something better than us. And to him, we must be humble. And so we go in prayer. In my belief, for a moment, my prayer for my belief. Dear God in heaven, thank you for bringing us here today to gather together. Together, you have told us when we are unified, we can do great things. And we are unified for good purposes, then we can change the world. And on this day, we want to acknowledge those who came in sorrow and sadness and loneliness and confusion and stepped their feet upon this land, and yet they have become great, for we are here to remember. God, we want to thank those who have led the way for us so that we could sit here and just remember. There were times where people wanted us to forget, that tried to help us to forget, to make sure that we had walls between us and not bridges. And today we say no. We are here as one people. We are here blending ourselves together to honor and remember and look to the future. God, thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to come together when so much of the world wants us to be apart. Let us look to you, and let each person in their own faith, in their own belief, look to the one who makes us good. In your name we pray. Amen. It's with joy that I get a chance to introduce, to give some reflective remarks, and then also collect some soil, our Virginia Senator Mamie Locke.
Good morning. To the Ambassador and Minister of Culture and our special guests from Angola, to all of you who are here, our special guests and friends. Beyond my own home, I thought about the meaning of place and places I have visited in the past. And one place that has significance and meaning to me, and why. And how would I connect to our being here in this particular place today? I thought about a trip that I took several years ago to Ghana and visited Elmina Castle. Certainly not a castle of princes and princesses and kings. It was a slave-holding facility on Ghana's Gold Coast. As I stood in the door of no return, my thought was of men, women, and children in chains being forcibly removed from their homes and brought through those doors, never to see their homeland again, and being loaded into the holds of ships. Their sense of place and home would be gone forever. I wondered, as I stood in that door, if one of my ancestors had also crossed through those doors, one who had traveled along the west coast of the continent to be sold at Elmina, traverse the Middle Passage, and end up sold on an auction block here in North America. Whoever that ancestor was, survived. Because here I stand before you here today to talk to you about place. Because place is more than just a location. It is a spot on a map. A place has many qualities and characteristics. It's visual, it's cultural, it's social, and yes, even political. All these things collectively provide meaning to a place. Place provides positive bonds of comfort, safety, and well-being. While that may not have been true for those being held at Elmina, those on the White Lion, the 20 and odd being brought ashore here at Old Point Comfort, Anthony and Isabella, a sense of place was there nonetheless. At this very site, the lives of Black people changed. On these very shores, involuntary servitude found its way into the laws, culture, and societal norms of American society. That makes this place sacred beyond significance in the history of America and in African American history. And African American history is American history. It is appropriate that we memorialize this site for now and the future generations, for all to know that the significance and importance of this site. For it is here that the germination of slavery began in 1619. But it is also here that the atrocities of slavery began to unravel with General Butler's contraband decision in 1861. The bravery of Mallory, Baker, and Townsend ushered in a new sense of place, a new feeling of belonging as contraband camps were built as safe havens. The African Landing Memorial will be a reminder of that past, but also of how far we have come. It will tell the story of this place, its history, its people, its time, the voices of the ancestors, and those who picked up the mantle. Each one of us here are the ones who will pick up the mantle. Place means a sense of gathering. So being here today is important for us to simply gather, to be here with each other as a family of people, committed to preserving the history of this special place, committed to telling all truths, everybody's story. The ability to have a diversity of education, diversity of ideas, exchange of positive energy is what makes Fort Monroe special and what makes our gathering here today in this moment in time, not just special, but necessary. The blending of history, cultures, continents that brought us together centuries ago in anger and animosity bring us together on this day, on this soil, on this land, in friendship and happiness. Thank you.
As Senator Locke collects the soil, she actually leads us in to what we will be doing next. This is not a program where we are sitting. It is not a program where we are just looking. This is a program where we are to engage. It's a program where your senses, your hearing, your seeing, your touching, your feeling, and even your tasting when we get to the other side are to be activated. So now we will begin this process of the journey from here down to the grandstand, but along the way, we will collect and we will share and we will honor. I invite all of you to engage. If you wonder, is it right for my people to engage in this? My people may have been the ones that oppressed other people. It is right for you to be here because this is the place where we can say that past we acknowledge, and we acknowledge it and refuse to do it again. If we say, is this my place? Should I be here? My oppressor, I as one of those who came from the descendants upon that ship. Yes, you should be here. You should be here to honor the fact, as Senator Locke said, you are alive. And those who have come and are the indigenous of the land, should they be here? Yes. They were here before us. And without them, this land would not have developed to what it is. So, this is how it's going to work. We're going to come around this way after we have some discussion about how it's all going to work. And you're going to gather some soil here. Gather soil. Some of you have brought soil from various places. Keep that soil. We're going to blend that soil as we blend our hearts, as we blend our community. This is a time that is somber and yet joyful. Because we have the ability to remember, to think, and yet we have the ability to rejoice that we are here. So I want you to remember that. You're going to collect petals. And then the petals we're going to have a description of what's going to happen, but you're going to walk over this way and down the way here to the grandstand. And if you have troubles with walking, we can help you. We have young here, and we have golf carts. We're going to do both. But I invite you, do not hesitate. Do not sit on the sidelines. Engage. This is our time.
Ayo menaishi. Maria Fe. Giving you greetings, my love. I can hardly breathe. Talking about change. Change can come through many, but only until the many realize that which is invincible. Power of one. Of one. I've been waiting for this all my life. I don't know if you recognize how serious and how important this moment is. It was shared, this is sacred ground. This is a sacred moment in time. I pray that you can feel the presence of our people right here, right now. That's what the flower petal ceremony is about. It's about remembering our ancestors. Not just those that came to the shores or the water's edge here, but we're talking about acknowledging a people that were, in a sense, our trail of tears, that had to trek through many regions of Africa to be marched down to the Vera Cruz, which was the holding places of our ancestors at the water's edge, to be shipped out all over the world. We come at this precious time, this moment in time, to first of all acknowledge our Creator. Never felt or know the reason why things happened like they did, to cause such a horrific crime, one of the worst crimes against humanity in the world. Not knowing and understanding why we had to go through such a state, but realizing from my relationship with him to know that in the midst of it all, he was in the midst with us, always covering and keeping of us. If not, then we wouldn't be here at this special moment today. So because of that relationship, because of that love, because of that wanting from him, we still stand. I don't know if you can feel the presence or understanding the spirituality of the moment. We are not just human beings, as some think, as most think. We are spiritual beings more so. When we fail to incline ourselves to think and to be that, that's why we go through so much divisiveness. That's why we have so many barriers, because we don't recognize who we are culturally or nor spiritually. This sacred moment is telling us to stop playing. I go, and the response to I go means, are you listening? I may is the response, which means we are listening. I go, Amen. I go, Amen. I go. Amen. Our ancestors, not in body but spiritual, they are very mindful of us. Truly. They see us and the struggles that we contend with here in this life that we live. And it is said that they stand before the Creator, beckoning him on our behalf for us to stop entreating people like we do. On tomorrow, there will be a cleansing and healing ceremony at 6 o'clock in the morning. And it's about regaining freedom, which this is here that we're standing on. Freedom Fortress. Not just freeing our bodies, but freeing our heart's mind from illnesses, from hatred, from anger, from discontentment, all the psychological, all the sociological, all the ills that cause us to be in bondage. So those petals that are thrown into the water to signify our remembering our ancestors is more than just being symbolic in laying or giving the flowers to them for what they had to endure. And I don't have to go through it because it's already been shared. But what's been shared and what you think was worse than that. We can't even imagine the horror and the pain and the madness that they had to endure. But even in that, because of our spirituality, because who we are in our relationship, if there is a relationship with the Most High, then we'll work through all of that tend to draw us down the rabbit hole. So our ancestors look at us because they were those that came through this water's edge were the strongest of the strong. We come from the most ingenious and most creative people on the planet. And truth be told, and word says, the truth shall set you free. I go. Amen. I go. Amen. I go. Amen. And everybody shared it this morning. Oneness of being. We are one people, whether you want to accept it or not. I don't care if you call yourself European, if you call yourself Hispanic, you call yourself Asian. We are one people. We Africans. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
we are going to... We are going to begin the flower petal ceremony at this time. It is going to begin with the flags of African nations. We will begin with the Angolan flag. It will process out around our open earth. If you would like to join in with the Angolan flag, you may. We ask if you would like a bottle of water. It's warm, you may help yourself. If you would like to collect soil, take a jar and collect soil for blending later. We have a basket of petals. Be mindful as you take petals that we have a lot of folks with us today, and take what you need. And so we begin with our flower petal ceremony. We invite you to join behind the flag of your choosing. I've been told 2 petals. Take 2 petals. Before you begin to process, please wait for the flags to go before you.
All right, the flag for Sierra Leone. The flag for Sierra Leone.
Cameroon.
Cameroon. Senegal.
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
When you were in Richmond at the Virginia Library, you weren't there, but around there.
Mozambique. Gambia and Gambia. African.
out right now? Are you open?
We're headed over to the tent.
Okay.
So Virginia was the final city for Empire in 2020. No, it's a long before monitor.
Oh, really? You're trying to get me one, but I haven't decided on which one I want.
Oh, this is a big one for me.
You got Wi-Fi on it? That's what I need. When I take a picture, I just upload it automatically.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm just going to keep faders down. Yeah. então gostaram de casa ontem?
Puedo ver, ya me centro dentro. ¿Qué centro?
Ear hooks, camera power, and then should be also going to feed your live view. Okay. Perfect. So I'm gonna put this over. I realized I just might have walked in front of the shot. It's a little crooked, it's bothering me internally. Live view should be charging. Okay, so one of these chargers fits the live view, and the other fits the vertical camera. Is there not another? Did you bring it back with you? Did I leave it in the truck? Alright, I'm gonna go find another power. There's supposed to be another power run to the camera. What you got?
celebration and commemoration. My name is Reverend Dr. Deborah Higgins, and I serve as University Chaplain at Hampton University. Welcome here in the spirit of 1619. Welcome here to Point Comfort. Please bow with me for this morning's invocation. Our Father and our God, we lift up our ancestors to you. Ancestors who guide, ancestors who protect, ancestors who have been our healers. Stand with the children of the contraband. Be with us in this moment and guide us along this road. Keep us celebratory. Keep us in your stead. We are the roots of our ancestors' roots. We are the soil of their soil. We are the bone of their bone and the blood of their blood. We thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for everyone gathered here. We thank you for every sacrifice. We thank you for liberation. We thank you for freedom. We thank you for this day. In your name we pray. Amen.
It's my pleasure to stand here before you today. This is our traditional bell ringing ceremony. It is normally read by Mr. Calvin Pearson, who could not be with us here today. I would like to honor him by simply saying this is his script. I will be reading it as he wrote it, and we hope that he will be back with us again next year. The African Landing Commemoration Bell Ringing Ceremony. This is a tradition that started here in 2019 during the 400th anniversary of the landing of the first enslaved Africans. The ringing of bells has been a tradition for centuries. Bells were used to announce danger, and bells were used to bring people together. This particular bell we use today was made in 1886, right after the Civil War. Today we stand in the shadows of our ancestors as their dreams for dignity and social justice rises. We live in an imperfect society where the soul of the nation is still stained with the blood, hatred, indignity, and oftentimes the impurity of racial inhumanity. We must come together as one nation. Today's bell ringing ceremony for healing, reconciliation, hope, and remembrance is to heal the wounds from yesterday, provide a greater understanding for tomorrow, and prepare our soul and minds for a better tomorrow. We ring the bell for reconciliation. Reconciliation is the societal process that involves individual, community, and national mutual acknowledgement of the social disparities of the past and the developing constructive relationships towards sustainable peace. Reconciling the past is part of moving forward on the healing journey. Reconciliation in the context of community building assumes a need, a will, or an actual effort made on the part of an individual or a group of people to live side by side in peace with a person or another group they had considered to be their adversaries in the past. We ring the bell for healing. Healing has many redeeming qualities. It can lift up the heavy burdens placed upon us and endured through a lifetime of challenges, disappointments, pain, and sorrow. Healing can strengthen our body and soul physically, emotionally, mentally and spiritually to build a strong and resilient foundation to fight the enemy in our souls. We can be the vessel to others to offer comfort and strength to those who are hurting. We ring the bell for hope. Hope is transcendent. From the plantation fields of Virginia to the election of the first African American president, hope never dies. Hope is eternal. Hope is everlasting. Hope is an uncertainty, but suggests confidence or assurance in the possibility that what one desires or longs for will happen. Hope is synonymous with salvation and its many blessings, past, present, and future. Hope is being able to see that there is light at the end of the tunnel, despite all of the darkness. Learn from yesterday. Live for today. Hope for tomorrow. And finally, we ring the bell for remembrance. Today, we remember. Just like the Sankofa bird looking backwards, it reminds us the journey of our ancestors was not of their choosing, but a condition forced upon them by the deliberate and consciousness of mankind. The struggle for freedom that they fought for cannot be forgotten. Their achievements over the past 400 years to make America great is a shining light from the past and a righteous beacon moving forward to form a more just and perfect union. Today, we remember. Today, the bell will be rung by Vanita Benitez, who is a member of Project 1619. She will ring the bell 32 times in honor of the 32 Angolans that were landed on these shores in August of 1619. As she rings the bell 32 times, we invite you to join us and ring your bell along with her. We ring the bell.
Sankofa. What is this Sankofa? This bird that bends backwards its neck and pulls and has an egg in its mouth and whose feet fly forward. Who is this Sankofa? Let me tell you of Sankofa's journey, at least what I know of it. In the time on the continent of Africa, in the times when humans were young, there were the birds. There were so many types of birds, but the hornbill bird had been around for so long that it was one known by all. But there, amongst the hornbill bird, was one that was born that was, let's say, a peculiar. Eccentric, you might call him weird, or her weird. Her parents noticed this about her, and wondered about her a bit. Well, let me give you some examples of what she was like. You see, she would fly with all the other birds, but one, her bill, instead of being thick like the hornbill usually is, it was thinner and longer. And then when she would fly, sometimes she would turn back and look. Now, the parents had to admit that when she turned back to look, well, she would see a younger bird who was tired in her flying. And that younger bird could not fly, was sitting on a branch, was alone, or about to fall to the ground. And their daughter bird would go back and sit with them. Which meant, of course, they had to go back and sit with them until the bird was ready to fly again. And sometimes it was that this bird, she would look back and she would see in the nest, she would see someone had left an egg. And she could not leave that egg. She could not leave it to predators. She could not leave it alone. And so she went back. She would sit on that egg, which of course meant that her parents had to go sit on the egg and have to be there with her until they could convince her the egg would not crack, or until there was a bird. But that was okay. It was this strange thing that she did. This thing that she did where she would look and she would find something. It was a pebble, a stone, a twig, something, and she would pick it up and she'd turn her neck backwards and drop that into her large body of feathers. She looked quite disheveled, unkempt. But the parents had to admit that no matter how long she held that thing, whether it was a day or several weeks or months, that at some point she would reach back, gather that thing, and meet a bird. And when she handed that thing to the bird, they would say, this is exactly what I need right now. But they were parents. And, you know, as parents, we bring our concerns to somebody. And so they called on the great bird. And they went to the great bird and they explained their situation with their daughter. And the great bird had questions. He said, does she fly with all the other flock? Yes, she does that. Does she ever get lost along the way? Oh, no, she doesn't get lost. I mean, well, there's those times that she'll be behind. And, well, there was one time in the dark and in the fog, we lost her, or at least we thought we had, and we couldn't go get her that evening. We were going to leave in the morning, but by morning, she was already with us. The great bird flies long and hard. That's great birds too. And then it said, let her be. I will keep an eye on her. And so she, as a bird, grew and grew and grew, and she outlived her parents and outlived many that came along with her until she was an elder. And there were others younger than her at that time. And it was when she was an elder that one day, in her body of feathers, she felt something burning inside of her. She felt something back there. She reached back and she picked it up, and it was an ember. Picked up a long dead ember, but now it glowed almost with fire. And that's when she saw over in the wooded area, she saw smoke rising. And when she looked at that ember, she understood what it was reminding her of. She had picked it off the ground years and years ago. And now its memory came alive to her. And she called the hornbills together and she said, listen, that fire, that smoke, it is too large and we will all die. We must leave now. But the adult birds, those that were not elders, looked at her and said, but we cannot leave. This is the time of our nesting. There are young ones in the nest, they cannot fly. And she looked at that ember that she held in her beak, and then she spoke, and from a memory she could not possibly have known about, but from stories came back to her. She said, then we as the elders and we as the adults, we will cover the nests. We will protect our young. We will cover them and not let that fire come to them. They must live. And so the elders and the adults, they covered the nest, and the smoke blew higher, and the fire, it came. And when there was nothing but smoke in the air, and there was no longer any heat, she opened her eyes, that elder bird, and she wept. For around her, she saw the charred bodies of the elders. She saw the charred bodies of the adults who had covered the young. She herself could feel the heat still upon her. But then she cried again, because she heard the sound of the young as they cried out. And she went to each nest, even the nest she was upon, and when she looked, the young had lived. And she removed each of the charred bodies. And that is when the great bird came. Because the great bird had always kept his watch over all. And the great bird came with all the immortal birds of Africa. And the great bird gave life of a quickness to the young so that they could fly now and they could live. And then the immortal birds flapped their wings so hard and high, it lifted that elder bird, and the great bird said, You have a new name. Your name is Sankofa. To go and retrieve, to go and remember and bring back. And I have a purpose for you, Sankofa. You are to remind all, animal, bird, fish, and human. Particularly the human.
So where do you want me to move the mic?
For when they forget,
okay,
they allow themselves to die. And so Sankofa flew to the people. Flew to the people, the Akan people, the Akan speaking people. They saw Sankofa and they heard her messages and they listened as she gave them memories and their past, and they wove her picture into their clothing and on their dishes and on their stools. And she was with them when they were a kingdom. And she was with them when they were enslaved. And when people on the boats who were enslaved were allowed to come up to the deck to get air, to move their legs, they would turn their eyes toward Africa. And they saw Sankofa flying in the air before them. But she had grown. And when they landed on this land here, they looked in the sky and they saw Sankofa. She was with them. And she gave them bits of herself to remember their land. She helped them remember the cowrie shells, helped them remember the songs and the names. She helped them remember. And all through time, people would look back and they would see across the waters and hope and long for home. And they would see Sankofa, who had grown large, because now Sankofa was large enough. They taught the people. They taught everyone they met that Sankofa meant to look back and go forward. And they taught that to those that oppressed them, and they taught that to those who walked beside them, and they taught that to those who helped them, and they taught themselves it again and again. And so Sankofa grew large. And if you will look across this water, you will see Sankofa large, embracing you, asking you to look behind you. For it is not wrong to remember your past. And if we look, we can even hear those that have used Sankofa in their words of their own songs and hymns and national anthems. Even Angola speaks when they sing in their anthem. We honor our past and our history, as by our work we build the new man. Onwards, Angola. Indeed, we can stand and remember Sankofa. When you see the memorial built, it will be built in the shape of Sankofa. So we will remember, and yet we will learn so we can go forward. Sankofa, the journey continues.
Aho. Osio. Akatsa Santa. For those who are just joining, I'm Chief Walt Redhawk Brown. I'm Chief of the Chero and Haka, Nottoway Indian tribe of Southampton County, Virginia. The name Nottoway is a derogatory name given us by the Algonquin speakers. The true name of the Nottoway is Chero and Haka. Can you shout Chero and Haka? You're not going to make me dance. Chero and Haka? It means people at the fork of the stream. For where the Nottoway River, in our Iroquois language we say Nos Chioki Joki, and the Blackwater River come together to form the Shawan. In that village, it was written by 6-7 authors that we had 3 villages in that area: Katasarak, Rwante, and Tanatara. And I'm going to say this in the beginning. First of all, I want to thank the staff and all of those that made this event such an outstanding event. Give them a round of applause. This is history in the making, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm so glad to be a part of this. And I just want to spend a few minutes to talk about the Algonquin, Siouan, and the Iroquois speakers in Virginia. There are 3 language groups, all of whom have contributed to the building of this great nation that we live in. I'll give you a clear example. Some of you may not know this, but the Iroquois Treaty of Peace, people have heard the name Hiawatha before. He was involved in the Treaty of Peace with wampum belts, bringing all the 6 civilized tribes together. In 1988, there was a congressional resolution passed by Congress, Congressional Resolution 331, honoring the Iroquois Treaty of Peace for the impact they had on the writing of the Constitution of the United States of America. Benjamin Franklin and other founders used that Iroquois Treaty of Peace, which was converted into 117 articles. Some of you may not know that. You can look it up, Congressional Resolution 331. When you look at the dollar bill, if you take your dollar bill out of your pocket, the eagle you see on that is the Iroquois eagle. It has 3 arrows. Originally, there were 6 arrows, because the 6 arrows and the 13 arrows mean that it's harder to break 13 arrows or 6 arrows than you can 1. So that is a momentous contribution that we gave to the founding fathers when they wrote the Constitution of the United States of America. I should be able to get a hand clap behind that. And this was the Iroquois side, okay? Now, a lot of you may not know that during the French and Indian War in the 1750s, then Lieutenant Colonel George Washington, he chose 5 of our warriors to go to Fort Dunkirk with him, and they fought with him during the French and Indian War, 2 of which had attended the Brafferton, which was a school set aside at William College. The building was built in 1723. However, native people and chiefmen's boys were taken there in the late 1690s. First school in the United States, in the state of Virginia, that was set aside to teach indigenous people English, Christianity, literature, etc. However, many of you may not know that Hampton University, then Hampton Normal School, in the 1870s, also incorporated indigenous people, native people in their African-American curriculum. Some of you may not know that, okay? Matter of fact, the first to attend were the St. Augustine Indians. They were St. Augustine because they were in prison in St. Augustine, Florida, okay? My daughter graduated from Hampton University in 2005. She got her degree in nursing, and she is currently a lieutenant colonel in the Army, certified RA in nursing person. So what I did during her commissioning, I went there in my regalia, but before I got there, I called the marketing people at Hampton University and talked to them about the amalgamation with indigenous people into the African-American curriculum at Hampton Normal School. Some people didn't know what I was talking about. So I sent them all the information that showed there were more than 500 tribes represented at what was then Hampton Normal School from the 1880s all the way up to the 1920s, okay? A lot of people are not aware of that. So, I say that because there was a lot of amalgamation between indigenous people and other nations, okay? Whether you were European, whether you were Hispanic, whether you were Puerto Rican, whether you were African, whether you were Korean, or whether you were Japanese, etc. There was a lot of amalgamation, okay? Matter of fact, when you look at your African dancers here, you see their faces are painted. You go to the American Indian powwow, you will see native people in a circle, their faces are painted. Okay? We call that the spirit. So, when you look at things like that, you can see what I'm talking about when I say amalgamation, okay? Matter of fact, Floyd Painter, who wrote some of the history of Southampton County, also the history of indigenous people about the Chero and Haka Nottoway Indian tribe of Southampton County, he wrote that there were 7 African families that were amalgamated with the Chero and Haka Nottoway. So, when you come to my powwow, no offense to anyone, as Jesse Jackson would say, you see a rainbow coalition. Hello? Because of that amalgamation, okay? But I say this because we are about one nation, one people, regardless of your walk in this life. And we say, may your walk in the sacred circle of life make better the walk of those that will follow you, your children. So we have to make sure that our steps are deep. Because all of us have to answer to Quaker Hunte, who is the creator one day. So we have to make sure that when we leave this earth that we are now living on, we have to make sure that we leave deep tracks so that our children will have a trail to follow. So you have to make sure that you talk to your children, talk to your grandchildren, mama, papa, whomever, and you tell them from whence they came. Because when you leave this earth, if you don't share that with them, they will not have a deep trail to follow, no tracks to follow. So you always share with your children. This is where we came from, okay? This is our ancestors. So you have to share that. So we have a very rich history of the Chero and Haka Nottoway Indian tribe in Southampton County, Virginia. But please remember that the founding fathers of the Constitution of the United States used the 117 articles of the Iroquois Treaty of Peace, Congressional Resolution 331. Don't forget it. Thank you, indigenous people, for having a tremendous impact on the Constitution of the United States that we now live under. Remember that. Remember your walk in this sacred circle of life. Not only that, indigenous people have been involved and participated in every war that the United States has been involved in. I mean, you look at the ratio of the number of people in the tribes, our ratio of coming into the military is higher than any other ethnic group. Let me share this with you. Recently, Fort Pickett had a name change to Fort Barfoot. I was knee-deep involved in helping Colonel Shaver to set up their ceremony. I brought in Chief Barton, who's the Oklahoma chief of the Choctaw Nation, because Fort Pickett was changed to the name of Fort Barfoot after Colonel Van T. Barfoot, who was Choctaw Indian, who was a World War II Medal of Honor winner. However, there were 3 Native people that won the Congressional Medal of Honor during World War II, okay? But we have been involved in every war that have stood on the front line for peace, that we might have the right to walk free in this country. Me, myself, I did 28 years in the United States Army. One war too many and jumped down in too many good airplanes. And I would do it again. And I'm so glad that my daughter, Felicia, who I call Moonflower because she would never go to bed at night. She was always listening to that rap music and everything else. I'm so glad that she followed me in my footsteps, and there she's a lieutenant colonel. She's an Army nurse stationed currently at Fort Belfour. Her first tour of duty was at Walter Reed, and doing BRAC, she went to Fort Wayne right in Alaska. Then she went back to the 82nd Airborne at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. She was there for 6 years. So you have to make sure that you understand that we are one people, that we are one nation. I don't care if you call yourself white. I don't care if you call yourself black. I don't care if you call yourself Korean. I don't care if you call yourself Japanese. I don't care if you call yourself Filipino, Tagano. We are one people. And the more and as soon as we realize that, we will continue to make this country the great country that we now live in. If you've never been to a third world country, you have no idea what I'm talking about. You would appreciate the rights that we have here in the United States of America. There's some things need to change. I agree with that. But if you go to a third world country, you would say, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Quaker Hunte. Thank you, Yeshua, for the freedom that I have here in the United States of America. We're one people. We're one nation, created by the Creator, who we call Quaker Hunte. Remember that. And in leaving, I say to you, in our Iroquois language, Quaker Hunte, Iisanki, Vaskahi, Creator, my heart has now seen. I say to you, Quaker Hunte, Iisanki, Harahanta, Creator, my heart has now heard. But most importantly, I say to you, Quaker Hunte, Iisanki, Vaspika, my heart has now spoken. Aho! Aho! Aho!
Thank you, Chief Brown. As we continue through this time of cultural significance, we're going to bring to our stage the dancers of Batutu Yetu. Batoto Yetu. I'm gonna get it eventually. I'm gonna get it. Yes. Please welcome them to our stage, ladies and gentlemen.
floor is a little bit too hard for them for their feet, so we're gonna do it down here, okay? Então, por causa dos pés, e então vou ter que fazer nada.
under distant skies, my people's cries lost to the sea. Below deck, with no space to breathe, they sailed in darkness, no room to grieve. As bodies fell into the abyss where no stories dwell. Through salt and storm, they clung to life, reaching new shores where hope took flight. They toiled in soil, dry and cracked, with blood so red, their spirits stacked. Tears and sweat, a bitter blend, softened the ground where roots descend. Drop by drop, from backs whipped raw, the earth was stained by unjust law. Wrinkled lines on faces drawn, maps of pain from dusk till dawn. With every step, more tears were shed, feeding the soil with the red they bled. Centuries passed, but the pain remains. A reunion of souls once torn apart, now mending wounds, now healing hearts. In every step, in every stride, we honor the spirits that never died. Beneath our feet, their legacy lies, a foundation of hope where spirits survive. Yunga kondongo, yunga kosoyo, yunga kosundi, yunga kolwanda. I wake up at yunga, I wake up at yunga. Let's try again. Amanjang Yakasinda. Amanjang Yakasinda. Good. Amanjang Yakasinda. Very good. Amanjang Yakasinda. Keep going. Amanjang Yakasinda. Just stay there. Amanjang Yakasinda. Let's go. Amanjang Yangebe. Amanjang Yakasinda. Echi wenda kusoyo. Sokolo loko nima. Amanjang Yangebe. Amanjang Yakasinda. Echi wenda kusoyo. Sokolo loko nima. It means our children in Swahili. It's a project that I started 30 plus years ago. And the idea was to use the arts not as an entertainment, but as a vehicle to empower individuals to learn about their history. One of the great things about the United States is that being an American is not forgetting who you are, but it's bringing who you are and enrich this culture. And I am very happy to be here because I know some of our brothers and sisters have landed here 400 years ago. And this is the time to heal wounds, heal hearts, and continue. Gatukumuka kumono makishimolo kwiza makondoloka mabiti kudima jadi vitu swa kanjile swa deka charle mu Kongo Wamba wishi kubata watulamaka Enda lusolo kubata watulamaka Enda lusolo kubata watulamaka Mungongwe mungongo mukongo aya mutoma Mukongwe mukongo mukongo aya mutoma Muwatu wa mushisa kubata Muwatu wa mushisa kubata Makiki masangana madilo Makiki masangana madilo Mukongwe mukongo mukongo aya mutoma Mukongwe mukongo mukongo aya mutona Let's try again. Gatu kumuka kumono makishi molo kwiza. The energy wasn't there. Gatu kumuka kumono makishi molo kwiza. Makondoloka mabiti kudima diadi bitu. Seka jule swa deka shale mukongo. Kuamba wishi kubata watulamaka. Kuamba wishi kubata watulamaka. Enda lusolo kubata watulamaka. Enda lusolo kubata watulamaka. Mukongwe mukongo mukongo aya mutoma. Mukongwe mukongo mukongo aya mutoma. Muwatu wa mushisa kubata. Muwatu wa mushisa kubata. Makiki masangana madilo. Makiki masangana madilo. Muwatu wa mushisa kubata. Muwatu wa mushisa kubata. Mukongwe mukongo mukongo aya mutoma. Mukongwe mukongo mukongo aya mutoma. Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos. Tal como no século XVIII afirmou o deputado britânico Edmund Burke, 1729-1797, os povos que não olham para trás, para os seus antepassados, não serão capazes de olhar para a frente, para a prosperidade.
Much like the British politician Edmund Burke, 1797, stated in the 18th centuries, the peoples that do not look back towards their ancestors will not be able to look forward towards prosperity.
Wila Jakitangele, Amwishana deputado Edmundo Burke, yo mkwa English. Okwila, oyo ala yango kupolo kala ya kudima, katena kwendesa omabata mau.
África é um continente que se afirma ter sido descoberto pelos europeus, porém os povos colonizados não se encontravam perdidos, nem precisavam de nenhum reconhecimento da sua humanidade, nem de nenhuma ratificação da sua identidade.
Africa is a continent that people say was discovered by the Europeans. However, the colonized people were not lost, nor did their humanity needed to be recognized or their identity ratified.
Atu avulu mungongo mungu. Eni kuzwelo kwila oshiambundu. Mindele ene aijile ene aitunguna. Makutu.
A ideia de África apresenta também um conjunto de opiniões caracterizadas pelo negativismo. Elia Mbokolo, um académico da República Democrática do Congo, um dos maiores e mais destacados intelectuais africanos, resumiu-as do seguinte modo:
The idea of Africa is presented as a set of opinions characterized by negativity. Likia Mbokolo, a scholar from the Democratic Republic of Congo, who is one of the most important African intellectuals, summarized it as follows.
Atwavulu ene kubanza kwila kiambote no kiaiba kiatoka la kushietu ya Afrika. Onkweto mvele ku Kongo amwisha na elie ke Mbokolo widi uko tiene ensuing twala no mwisho wetu kusangula kwetu nukukala kwetu kwa mboda.
Desmoramento do Estado, fragmentação do território que havia sido construído com muito trabalho pela colonização e que se encontra agora repartido em enclaves bélicos mineiros, vida precária de indivíduos com poucas garantias de segurança imediata e futura, isenta dos direitos mais fundamentais, agravamento das clivagens sociais nos diferentes campos político-militares, angustiante estado de pobreza sem fim à vista, onde a capacidade de sobrevivência é levada ao extremo, etnização das relações sociais e das alterações na vida política.
A collapse of the state, fragmentation of its territory, which had been built with much work by colonization, and that now is divided into military and mining enclaves. Precarious life for individuals with little assurances of present and future safety, who lack the most fundamental rights, an increase in the social divides separated in different camps, both political and military, a excruciating poverty with no end in sight, where the capacity of survival is taken to the extreme, ethnimization of social relations, and changes in political life.
Okuwana oishia Africa. Mutu mabata to felefel. Oya di keshina. Oya la kuna. Atumendra ding. Ohadi yavul. Pala atwakene mungo la mwilimu. Masolad. Ashi kudiangoji. Tusha kule jikudisha. Atu kwa kudiako kamoneke. Nzala hanzala mala. Umkonda ya Obanzelo wa Mindele ya Tundele Kupoto.
Yes, tudo isto é verdade. Mas não é verdade que alguns destes aspectos são exclusivos da realidade africana.
Yes, this is true. What is not true is that some of these issues are exclusive to African realities.
Kekidi mwen. Yene solo yakidi, mas no yaka mkwao, yaka makutu. O yene solo o makayetu na ayetu mwene a África.
São raras as ex-potências coloniais e as sociedades escravocratas que receberam escravos africanos traficados para a Europa e para o chamado Novo Mundo, que numa lógica de causa e efeito assumiram o fracasso da sua apelidada missão civilizadora e reconheceram a discriminação, a segregação, a ausência de preocupação na escolarização das populações africanas e afrodescendentes.
Few are the former colonial powers and slave-owning societies that received African slaves trafficked to Europe and the so-called New World, that following a rationale of cause and effect, recognize the failure of the so-called civilizing mission and recognize discrimination, segregation, and lack of concern for schooling to African and Afro-descendant populations.
Kennedy jake shinu kuhanga mukonda ya kusumbisa atu ako Afrika. Para na tubulula. Para na hangi kosi ya tokala. Enyo solo avalu kila mu Afrika. Enta akeshinu kwa mona fa asumbisa kosi ya tokala. Hanga kosi ya tokala. Mas enyo solo yo ako Afrika atokala. Abanzela Umosh.
São ainda raras as ex-potências coloniais e as sociedades escravocratas que se sentem responsáveis pela criação de um baixo sentido de autoestima das comunidades africanas e afrodescendentes após a exploração desenfreada durante séculos de recursos naturais do continente africano e da força de trabalho escrava das populações africanas e afrodescendentes.
Few are the former colonial powers and slave-owning societies that feel responsible for creating a sense of low self-esteem among the African and Afro-descendant communities after the unrelenting exploitation of natural resources in the African continent and the slave labor of African and Afro-descendant population for centuries.
Jisija furulua chotusha na nishashi mindele oji kolono ala kya mulelu di kubanzo kwila wa esesu to banjo di kuma kenikiki akwetu ya se omono hadi mudiao mushiao esu to hangiki.
Cada destes aspectos, associado à partilha de África na Conferência de Berlim, 1884-1885, às políticas de assimilacionismo e à usurpação de todos os direitos sociais e humanos, constitui uma parte da pesada herança deixada pelas administrações coloniais aos jovens Estados africanos maioritariamente independentes após a década de 60, ou, até mais tarde, como foi o caso de Angola.
Each of these aspects associated to the Conference of Berlin to Divide Africa, 1884-1885, and to the assimilation policies and the usurpation of all social and human rights, constitute part of a heavy heritage that was left by colonial administrations to the young African states, most of which gained their independence after the 1960s or even later, as is the case of Angola.
Tundeke mumuvo wadi kuindia hama makunya nake no makunya wana rujiwana jabiti o conference kutiveji conference kwa Berlin mba kibuka ya Berlin kene ja wana ni wa Afrika pala o kutunyani mbamba yetu yene solo ya tokala yotweni nayo Afrika wana kumindele mas o mivo yene na ya biti ho kumvo abiti wasetsenda mba makunya samanu kwene kwandika kutambula okwileji ufolo mba independência no África.
Durante muitos anos, se pensou que os povos que não usavam a escrita eram povos sem cultura. Porém, a África negra mantém uma memória histórica onde os conhecimentos vêm sendo transmitidos de forma oral de geração em geração.
During many years, people thought that the peoples who do not use a writing system are peoples that lack culture. However, Black Africa has or maintains historic memory that is where knowledges are passing down orally from generation to generation.
Atwa fulumba mindele vula kanangula atwa kambyo kuisha ogusonega nikutanga Kenya uno kilunji Kenya uno ifa Kenya uno kimbamba kya tokala kya monana machiko kene eswe twala no ifa yetu twala no kilunji ketu ukene kya tukambela enta tukihangana.
Tempa, cientista social do Mali, afirmava que uma coisa é a escrita e a outra é o saber. A escrita é a fotografia do saber, mas não é o saber. O saber é uma luz para o homem. É a herança de tudo aquilo que os antepassados conheceram e transmitiram em germen à maneira do imbondeiro que em potência se encontra já na semente.
Matamba, a social scientist from Mali, used to say, one thing is writing, another thing is knowledge. Writing is a picture of knowledge, but it's not knowledge. Knowledge is the light of humankind. It's the heritage of everything that our ancestors knew and transmitted in germs, much the same way the imbondeiro tree is already powerful as a seed.
Okukamba kuijia okusoneka okupale maka omaka tokala okuijia okutangela odivu omkwetu mba amvali kila kuna kumali wambio kwila ofoto yoyo kumoneke sango kosekibito maka omaka ene mudi jidiatu natu difumu no difumu kosokwatu ndio.
Do elenco de formas literárias orais africanas, para citar apenas algumas, refiro-me às seguintes: fórmulas rituais, textos didáticos, histórias etológicas, contos populares, mitos, récicas, poesia, narrações históricas. A palavra banco quer dizer homens, e o que representou à partida o respeito pela dignidade humana ante a brutalidade do tráfico negreiro e da colonização.
Among the oral African literary forms, I would like to highlight a few, such as ritual formulas, educational texts, ethnological histories, popular short stories, myths, recipes, poetry, historical narratives. The word Bantu, which means man, is what represented on the outset respect for the human dignity of people before the brutality of slave trade and colonization.
O ibuka ya kwetu na dingeja kusonega nukutanga ako Afrika. Ambio kwila kiki Portuguese. Hoje fórmula de tubanga no makino metu no jojo kusonega kwetu jotisha na história no akwetu na akubanzela ko kwish jisabu mba jimitu jeniji no ijembwete yatokala okwetu yatokala ko povo yo itusha no kwilamba akwa bantu o bantu ya significa kwila omba yatokala kwila atu mala kinika ya keshino kwila ko fa maka nguzo nada ngo.
Angola dispõe de um manancial turístico e cultural ímpar e diversificado, como a título de exemplo, Mbanza, Kongo, capital do antigo reino do Congo, é hoje cidade património da humanidade, classificada pela Unesco. Fortaleza de Massangano, no corredor do Kwanza, foi o local onde se instalou a primeira administração colonial portuguesa e onde se concentravam escravos para o tráfico negreiro, para o Novo Mundo, particularmente para o Brasil e também para os Estados Unidos. No deserto do Namibe encontram-se as pinturas rupestres do Chitumbuulo e onde recentemente foi descoberto um dinossauro, abrindo espaço para o turismo científico, para além do turismo de sol e mar, do turismo cultural e do turismo de aventura. A densa floresta do Mayombe e Cabinda, um pulmão do mundo, local de sustentabilidade florestal e faunística, em era de fortes alterações climáticas. A fenda da Tundavala, na província da Huila, hoje com mais de 70% da sua capacidade hoteleira permanentemente ocupada. As quedas de Calandula, na província de Malange, onde se situa o Parque Nacional de Cangandala e onde se encontra a Palanca Negra, que é o símbolo da nossa transportadora aérea de bandeira a TAG. O Okavango, um autêntico santuário ambiental que poderá viabilizar um dos maiores projetos turísticos do mundo, graças à sua biodiversidade, além do Memorial do Cuito Padaval, símbolo da derrota do apartheid em Angola, uma das maiores contribuições de Angola para a libertação da África Austral.
Angola has a unique cultural and touristic bounty that is also diversified. I'd like to cite a few examples. Mbanza, Congo, the capital of the former Kingdom of Congo, which today is part of the UNESCO heritage site. The Monsagano Fort in the corridor of Kwanza was the place where the first Portuguese colonial administration was settled and where slaves were kept for the slave trade to the New World, particular to Brazil and to the United States. The Namibe Desert, where we can find Rupestrian paintings of Chitungu Holo, and where recently a dinosaur was discovered, opening opportunities for scientific tourism in addition to regular tourism and cultural and adventure tourism. The dense Mayombe forest in Cabinda which constitute a lung to the world, a place where we have forest and animal sustainability at this time of great climate change. The Tumbavala cleft in the province of Huila, where 70% of all hotels are permanently occupied. The Calandula Falls in the province of Malange, where the National Park of Calandura and where the first Palanca Negra, which is the symbol of Angola's airline, is found. The Okavango Zambezi, a true environmental sanctuary where many tourist projects can be made possible for the world thanks to its biodiversity. In addition to the memorial of Ouro Navale, that is the symbol of the derogate of apartheid in Angola and one of the greatest contributions of Angola for the liberation of Southern Africa.
Eso twala no ibuta ya mbote pala makuzunga. Eu tive que ir lá puto de turismo, vai turista. Eso twala no Mbanza Kongo. Mbanza Kongo muleludi Aisha na Aisha ngaja mushi ne soromba patrimônio ya humanidade. Onde tutunda tuye nugo kibatu jamalang. Tusanga ko kalandula. Kalandula jina shikeda shikule joboma omeya. Kwene dinge kwala oyo tisha no kuleji palanga negra. Oyo to mona kuvia. Yo bitela buru yo. Palanga yako malanga. Nesu dinge tuya oyina tutisha no kuleji corridor du kwanza mba omeya kwanza ngiji ya kwanza. Ya tokala yeni itunda kumasanga no teki tule mune Luanda. Okutunda Luanda tanda yadi ngikwe kuna mibe tundusanga ko shitunda hulu yenyi ibuta ya mbote para kuyakulai ko yenye ngodi esudingi twala no ibuta ka tokala kuleji kwitu kwa naval koko to betelo apartheid ko twajibila atwa tokala kula kenye kututakala para o puluka wa África Austral e
em breve chegarão ao Parque Luana Mavinga mais de 8.000 elefantes vindos do Botsuana que constituirão um dos maiores atrativos turísticos da região. A tudo isto se juntam os nossos ritmos musicais e as nossas danças, como o semba, o kizomba, já divulgados em todo o mundo, acompanhados da tradicional hospitalidade angolana e pela isenção de vistos de turismo para 98 países de todos os continentes. Ao abrirmos as portas para o mundo através desta medida, estamos a convidar investidores, operadores turísticos e líderes visionários para participarem ativamente na construção da Angola do futuro.
Soon, the Yanara Mavinga Park will receive more than 8,000 elephants from Botswana. This will be one of the greatest tourist attractions in the region. All of this in addition to the musical rhythms and our dances such as samba and kizomba that has already been disseminated throughout the world, followed by the traditional Angolan hospitality and the fact that tourists do not need a visit to visit Angola from 98 countries on all continents. As we open our doors to the world with this measure, we are inviting investors, tourist operators, and leaders with a vision to actively participate in the construction of Angola in the future.
Eso twala dingine kuna kutisha na jiko parke ya Mavinga. Twala kono dikwini dia hama dia zinzamba mba jelefant. Ojeniri ja tokala na tukoso yo kutulaya kwa Angola akala ku okushimona. Chotubunda kudingi no mimbu yetu yo. Oyo kitishe ne chikizomba. Enta ngola ya wahesena. Yeni osolo yi. Ya tokala. Muimona. Mukala oku ilaya. Kosa tokala okala kuyaku bata dietu.
De há ano a esta parte foi inaugurado por Sua Excelência João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente da República de Angola, um novo aeroporto internacional cujo nome mereceu a honra do fundador da nação angolana, Dr. Antônio Agostinho Neto. Este é um marco que não apenas facilitará o acesso a todas as maravilhas que Angola tem a oferecer, mas também fortalecerá os nossos laços globais. Este aeroporto não é apenas uma porta de entrada, mas uma expressão do compromisso futuro de Angola com a excelência e o serviço de classe mundial.
1 year ago, His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, inaugurated a new international airport that was named after the founder of the Angolan nation, Dr. Antônio Agostinho Neto. This is a hallmark that not only will facilitate access to all the wonders that Angola has to offer, but will also strengthen our global ties. This airport is not only an entryway to Angola, but also an expression of the future commitment of the country with excellence and world-class service.
On vote undum. On guvuru ya Angola, yo tumisharinga João Manuel Lourenço. Wenzula. Oyina tushana kuleji kampu. Mba hene habu ilojivia. Hene hatundi ilojivia. Yene kima cha tokala. Pala na dinga kwetu ayakuto yala mushi yetu. Na mono ndani jikosi kutabange. Ima yene yosolo ya mbida mushi yetu.
Angola, como país novo, tem muito a receber e também a oferecer ao mundo. Particularmente aos povos com quem mantemos laços de amizade, de afetividade e até, como é o caso da família Tucker, de consanguinidade. A cultura une a nação e unem os povos através de aspectos que são comuns.
Angola, as a new country, has much to receive and also to offer to the world, especially to the peoples with whom we have ties of friendship, affection, and even, as in the case of the Tucker family, consanguinity.
Eso, tu Angola, tu Angola. Tokala tu tambola mbatu bana we. O yoringi to kwa Asia kosa tu mesena okutubana tu bana. Mas esu kutulu dietu. O divu mudangana tankere. Didi diala kuku. Esu to falu kila kumosh. Sietu mosh. Então, yeni otulaya. Tundegindala temuhadi.
A cultura une a nação e unem os povos através de aspectos que são comuns. Que estes nossos encontros, caracterizados por uma mesma história partilhada, constituam o embrião para uma profícua cooperação futura entre os nossos povos e países. Grato pela vossa atenção.
Culture unites a nation. It also unites peoples through their aspects that are common among them. That our new getting together that are based on our shared history will constitute the embryo of a fruitful future cooperation between our peoples and countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Omakina no jingoma. Jibunda mabata vulu. Jibunda twavulu. Kienike tokala kwila nesu nenu omaketu twa wangu nuna mukonda oyo tisha na kuleji tumbu ya tundila kushietu kwenye koko tisha na kuleji wa África.
Quero agradecer também a vossa atenção
I would like also to thank you for your attention.
Por discurso partilhado a 3 línguas.
For a speech that was shared in 3 different languages.
Mas eu não gostaria de maneira nenhuma
But I would not be here anywhere
que na homenagem que se faz a Antônio e a Isabela,
I would not like that while we honor Isabella and Antonio,
que estão na Constituição da família Tucker,
that are the bedrock of the Tucker family,
se deixasse de falar na língua que os trouxe de origem e que chegou aqui. Quando chegaram aqui não falavam nem português nem inglês, falavam em Kimbundu. Então esta é a homenagem que nós queremos prestar.
So this speech was shared in Kimbundu because when Antonio and Isabella arrived here, they did not speak English, they did not speak Spanish, Portuguese. The only language they spoke was Kimbundu, and I would like to share that with you so that you know the sounds of the language that they spoke when they arrived here.
Thank you for your patience and for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your patience and your cooperation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is tough coming behind the Minister of Culture. Let's give him another hand. It is an honor to be on this stage with so many distinguished people to share, just for a few minutes. But before I do, I'd like to ask all of the Tucker family members if you would stand. This is not all of them. This is just all of the ones who are here today. Thank you, my family. I have an opportunity to share, and I decided to do it in a story-telling format. And following in the footsteps of my mentor, Sheila Arnold. And the Sankofa story that she told was powerful enough. So I'm a student in training coming behind Sheila Arnold. Thank you, Sheila. I'm not going to delay too long, but I'd like for you to go on a journey with me, if you will. We're going back to 1619. And I have to say, I use my imagination, so we'll just take all of that into consideration. My imagination, based in information I got on my many trips to Angola, as well as what I have read, has helped me to create this narrative. I imagine in 1619, somewhere mid-year, in a village in the Ndongo kingdom, the people were doing their daily tasks. Suddenly they were pillaged by the Mbegalas. They were mercenaries. They were horrible people. But their job was to kidnap Angolans and sell them to the Portuguese. They were not nice people, you see. So they didn't have a problem making some headways by selling other people, other Africans. They had their own agenda. But the one thing I can share with you is that they didn't like babies. So when they went to kidnap the Angolans, they took the strongest, they took the best, They took the boys, the girls, the young men, and the young women because they knew they could sell their knowledge and their skills to the Portuguese and make money. But babies were useless to them, and so the infants were killed while they shackled the boys, the children, and the men and women. They shackled them in irons, and they began to march them from the interior of the Ndongo kingdom towards the Kawanza River. Step by step, they were bound. Step by step, they walked together. If one fell, another one fell. But they held each other up. Sometimes they died along the way. The Mbangalas had no problems killing them and leaving them behind because they were on a mission, and they continued to march them to their next destination. Because of the interest of time, I'm going to shorten aspects of this story, but in the Masangana fortress, it is there where the Portuguese held court. And in that court, they determined that they were guilty of sin because they were black. And their problem was that they were descendants of Cain. Now, I grew up, the story was they were descendants of Ham. But in Angola, that was the way the story was shared with me. As descendants of Cain, they were now sentenced to slavery because of the darkness of their skin. On this big platform made of cobblestones, it was there that they were auctioned under this very tall Christian cross. And it was there that they were baptized and they were bound. Now, mind you, they were already Christianized with the Catholic Church. But the Catholic Church wanted to make sure that if they didn't make that journey across the Atlantic, at least they had done due diligence to save their soul. Didn't matter that they might die in all of the ways that they were killed along the way before they got to the fortress. They walked down the pathway, got under the fortress on a ship, on a boat, up the Kawanza River to the Port of Luanda, where they were stored in houses until there was enough Angolans stored to get on a ship to cross the Atlantic. The São João Bautista in Spanish was the one in which Isabel and Antony, my ancestors, were boarded on, along with 348 other souls. The destination that day was Vera Cruz, Mexico. On the way across the Atlantic, that ship was pirated, and then the Angolans were split between the White Lion and the Treasurer, about 30 each. They were kidnapped twice, before Isabel and Antony actually landed on these shores here in 1619, before they entered into the household of Captain William Tucker. They were sold into his household. That's the beginning. Around 1624, they gave birth to William Tucker, whom we are descendants of. They trained him. They taught him. They taught him their ways. They taught him how to cultivate the land and any of the other skills that were needed at that time. But one day it was necessary for them to have a talk with William. They sat him down and said, "Son, we're getting a little late in age, and I don't think we're going to ever see home again. If by chance you ever look across that body of water, please go back and if you go across there, tell our family members that we did not die. Tell them that we are alive in this land. Tell them that we want to make them proud of us, and we're doing everything we can to find our way home. Son, We want to pass this mission on to you. Don't let us die. Speak our names. Tell your children, tell your grandchildren of our journey. Tell them of the passages and all of the things we went through. Tell them all of the souls that were lost along the way from the inland to the next coastland. Don't let them forget about us, because the moment they stop calling our names, we will die. Don't let us die. Speak our names. William had his charge. William did not get to go see the homeland of his parents. 405 years later, 405 years later, the William Tucker 1624 Society, we're taking family members and friends to Angola to step on the soil there, to have the experiences of the motherland. Isabel and Anthony and William, Isabel and Anthony didn't go back, didn't have a chance to go back, and William never got a chance to step on that soil. But today, we, the descendants, we are going back. Grandmother and grandfather, I'm going to speak a little bit to you about what has happened in 405 years. Grandmother and grandfather, slavery got a whole lot worse. Grandmother and grandfather, we lost a lot of loved ones along the way. Grandmother and grandfather, we helped build this nation. I want you to know that your descendants were participants in building this nation. We were bound in slavery for almost 250 years, but we were contributing to the growth of this nation, while in Angola, with the enslavement, they were declining. The humans were declining. The economy was declining. We couldn't even contribute to our own homeland while they were colonized by the Portuguese. But grandmother and grandfather, grandfather Antonio and grandmother Isabella, I don't want you to lose heart in all that we've shared with you in all of these 405 years. 405 years is like 1 year, and 1 year is like 405 years. I want to tell you what else we've done. We have grown, we have learned, we have expanded, we have become a great people on this land. Grandmother and grandfather, we don't have kings here in what they call the new land, but it wasn't new when you got here because there were people already here. It wasn't a new land, but in this land, we have lived long enough, bound not by shackles, but by blood. We're bound by blood, your blood that continues to run through our veins. We have lived so long that we no longer have to worry about kings and queens or any of those to rule over us. We've seen the Civil War and we won it. We've had opportunities to continue to struggle, but we've made it. Now we have lived long enough that we have had a president in the White House that looked like us. Grandmother and grandfather, we are doctors and lawyers. Grandmother and grandfather, you couldn't have envisioned how far we would go, but we kept going, because when you walk down that pathway, you continue to hold on to your faith. You continue to hold on to your knowledge, and you continue to hold on to the future, what your future might be, through your blood, sweat, and tears, through the blood running through your veins that runs through the veins of the Tucker family and a whole lot of Angolans out here. Even if you don't know you're of Angolan blood, you're out here today. You are changing the world, changing this land. But there's another part of this story. You see, in 1975, the Angolans won their independence from the Portuguese. So you're talking about a whole lot of progress, built on a people who are bound by blood, not shackles, but by blood. And so today, 405 years later, as we remember and celebrate the birth of William Tucker, we continue to walk in their path of courage and strength and hope for the future. And I'll tell you what it means for this day, this moment in time. This weekend, 50 Angolans came to this soil where their ancestors landed as well 405 years later. We've had a wonderful weekend of coming together as family. Our slogan this weekend has been, we are better together. We are better together. We are sharing our histories. We're sharing our future together. We are working together, beginning to go back and forth between the countries to be able to share not the past, but the future. Isabel and Anthony saw a future even if they didn't know what it was going to look like. They saw an opportunity when they gave birth to William and said, this is not the end of who we are. And each generation, our family told the stories of Isabel and Anthony and passed it on from generation to generation, from year to year. This is a small group of Tuckers who are descendants. But there are a whole lot of Tuckers out there today who are Angolans and who are descendants. We are a proud people. We are a proud people. On both continents. And we have a lot to be proud for. So what started off as a tragedy that separated us, 405 years later, Minister, we have come together as family. And so the dream and the vision of Isabel and Anthony was to see their family again. Well, in the spirit world, they are seeing their family together again. The Angolans and the African Americans have come together. We are better together, and we're going to continue to move forward in the spirit of Isabel and Anthony. We're going to continue to be change agents in this world. We're going to continue to partner and tell the stories. Not one story, but both stories, because both stories are true. It wasn't the disasters and the human trafficking that stopped us. It was the blood running through their veins that gave them the power and the strength to say, we will continue on. So thank you so much for this opportunity to share the story with you and all of my Angolan brothers and sisters. Thank you.
I would like to first start by thanking Rwanda and Philip and Aaron for asking me here today to say a few words for the ceremony. When Wanda told me of the groundbreaking soil blending ceremony in honor of the 405th anniversary of the first Africans landing in the English colonies, I got goosebumps thinking about the symbolism of soil blending. I thought of the blood in the soil of Native Americans, Algonquin, Powhatan, Iroquoian, Siouan, of Wanda's Angolan ancestors, and of my English ancestors here in Virginia, all as equals now in the soil. I see this blending of the soil with the soil from Angola as a symbol of healing, healing the broken chain of families divided, healing the devastation of Angola's population, healing the degradation of Africans and Black Americans, and healing the decimation of the Native American populations, all for the profit of the Europeans, my ancestors. Yesterday was not long ago, and the remnants of our dreadful history remain with us and are blatantly clear if one chooses to see. This blending of the soils is also and foremost a celebration of reunification and of the resilience of life. Our three cultures and other newer cultures to our country are blended in American society today as a wonderfully diverse and culturally rich tapestry, our strength. I celebrate this ceremony with you today for what it represents and for the hope it provides, especially in this time of threat to our diversity, that our better angels will prevail for future generations. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Glenn Oder. Welcome to Fort Monroe. Welcome to Point Comfort here in Hampton, Virginia. 13 years ago, I began a journey as the executive director of the Fort Monroe Authority. At that time, this was a large real estate project, and it still is. 565 acres of land, 2 million square feet of buildings, a stone fortress, and 1 water meter for the entire property. Soon after joining the authority, though, I met 2 men on a cold, rainy evening in quarters 1 inside the fortress. At that meeting, they asked the authority to join in their vision to commemorate the first landing of Africans in the English colonies. That vision became a partnership that has grown from a handful of people that used to stand in front of these steps at the bandstand to the international commemoration, the beginning of a $9 million African landing memorial park. One of those men is with us today. By his sheer will and determination in ignoring the concerns of his personal well-being, please join me in thanking our local scholar, our personal historian, the man who taught me that words matter, Dr. Bill Wiggins. Although not present today, his steadfast leadership has guided us to this moment today. For his years of dedication to this history, please join me in congratulating the president of Project 1619 Incorporated, Calvin Pearson, and we miss you, Calvin, and wish you were here. Although gone from us in the flesh, but with us in spirit, is the woman who kept the flame burning, so the light of this history would never be extinguished. Please join me in celebrating the life and memory of Jerry Hollins. Today marks the beginning of the greatest opus of their lives and launches our generational responsibility to use this property to tell the full story of our country's earliest beginnings. Today, we take our first steps to physically create a memorial to the first Africans who landed at Point Comfort. The land behind us will become a park that welcomes people with new infrastructure, road improvements, parking, and lighting. Construction will begin later this year and conclude next fall. The central feature of the park will be an elliptical plaza designed by the team from Baskerville, led by its principal, Bert Pinnock. The elliptical plaza captures the spirit of Sankofa, and it will become the host site for 3 large bronze sculptures. Additionally, the plaza features a perfect line to Angola, a point where you can stand at Point Comfort, look across the bay, through Virginia Beach, across the ocean, over the equator, and will geographically align you with the shores of Angola from where they came. And finally, not here today, but busily working in Florida to prepare for the beginning of the 3 large sculptures, is our artist and designer and sculptor, Brian Owens. After years of study and research, Brian was inspired to design sculptures that will tell the story of life in Africa, the horrific attack and capture of their community, the inhumane Middle Passage, and also the perseverance and contributions of those Africans to the survival of the colony and their larger impact on the heritage and culture of our country today. These sculptures will take several years to mold, and then they will proceed to a foundry. As each sculpture is completed, we will be hosting additional ceremonial events to welcome them to Point Comfort. The sculpture of Anthony and Isabella and baby William Tucker will be the central feature of the memorial. I invite you to visit the Fort Monroe Visitor and Education Center today to see the drawings and the scale models that Brian has designed. Not only has he told the story of these first Africans, but he personally challenged himself to capture the love and hope of this first family in their expressions as they held their first child. I believe the expression of love and hope on these figures as they looked into that new life here in the colonies is what we all see today in the welcoming and forgiving DNA of the present day Tucker family. And on behalf of all of us, I thank you for being with us today. The presence of the Angolan delegation, including the Minister of Culture and the Ambassador from Angola, Congressman Bobby Scott, Senator Locke, Delegate Cordoza, Mayor Tuck, and the entire Hampton City Council, the FMA Board of Trustees, of whom I know I have seen Dr. Rex Ellis, Susan Roberts, Brian Jackson, Mary Bunting here today, the numerous national park representatives and many other elected officials, demonstrates a sea change in the leadership and vision as we reorient the mission of this property to be inclusive, welcoming, and recognize Point Comfort as one of the most significant historic sites in our country for Africans, African Americans, and quite frankly, all Americans. We thank our leaders for their presence, but most importantly, we thank you for your faith and support for this multi-year project. I again invite you to visit the Fort Monroe Visitor and Education Center, especially to see the artwork that is on display from our Angolan representatives. Finally, I want to thank our dedicated corporate sponsor, Titan America. Your generous support today has made many of the hospitality events that we've been able to share with you possible. Thank you to Titan America for your generous support. And in closing, the vision for today's program is a result of countless meetings, phone calls, emails throughout the year to make this moment happen. Please join me in a round of appreciation for the entire FMA team and our contractors, but especially its leader, the Director of Venue Events and Media Productions, Aaron Whittington. Thank you.
Wezekele. 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 Did I say it right, Albino? I would have said boa tarde in Portuguese, but I'm saying Wezekele, which is a Kimbundu greeting in the African language of Angola. I, Dr. Margaret Bernice Smith Bristow, is a board member of Project 1619, whose founders in 1994 were Dr. Bill Wiggins and Calvin Pearson. Both of our founders, sad to say, are very sick. But I want to acknowledge the key founder, Dr. Bill Wiggins, in the audience. Bill, can I say, oh, I see you, I see you. Hey, Dr. Bill. Hey, Dr. Bill. Today is the last day for Calvin Pearson being president of Project 1619, and Dr. Bill Wiggins takes over tomorrow. May the board members of Project 1619 stand. Board members of Project 1619 stand. Thank you very much. It is because of Calvin Pearson and Dr. Bill Wiggins that you sat here today. Did you hear me? It is because of Dr. Bill Wiggins and Calvin Pearson that you sat here today. It is because of them that we know the Africans who were forced to forced to get off the ship, the pirate ship, were forced to get off at here instead of Jamestown. It's because of them. They were forced to get off right here, Fort Monroe, instead of Jamestown. In Kimbundu, the ancient language, African ancient language of Angola, I say, Inga Sakadila. Inga Sakadila. Thank you. Ga Sakadila. Ga Sakadila. Thank you. But it is because of Project 1619, Brother Bill Wiggins and Brother Calvin Pearson, that we have Angolans in the audience. We have Angolans in the audience because of them. Because of them. And it is because of their assiduous leadership, Brother Bill Wiggins, I'm looking right at him, and Calvin Pearson, that we have African landing. And the signage out there announcing it. It's because of the assiduous work of these two founders that we have a memorial scheduled to be unveiled in 2026 right on this fort, designed by Brian Owens, sculptor, world-renowned sculptor. It's because of them. It is also because of them that we have partnered with Fort Monroe Authority. It's because of Bill Wiggins and Calvin Pearson, founders of Project 1619. And in closing, we thank you, Dr. Wiggins, and we thank Angola, the origin of those 32 Africans forced to be traded for food. Please, please, and I want to use Albino, I want to use some Kimbundu again. Please, Nkakudianda, please accept our thanks. I have been to all 7 continents. All 7 continents. And we also want to thank Dr. Bill, Project 1619, for also acknowledging the origin of our famous Tucker family. We want to thank them, Project 1619, for bringing them better to light. But I've been to 7 continents, including Antarctica. But there has not been a country so welcoming as Angola. So welcoming. So I encourage you, if you have not been to Africa, your motherland, I encourage you to start visiting Angola. And thank you again. Sakadila, Sakadila.
Good afternoon. To His Excellency, Minister of Culture, de Peniso, to His Excellency, Ambassador Van Durham, to all the distinguished visitors from the Republic of Angola and the Angolan Embassy in the United States, to all elected and appointed federal, state, and local officials, to the members of Project 1619, to the Fort Monroe Authority and the National Park Service, to the Tucker family and the William Tucker 1624 Society, and to all other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. On behalf of the Hampton City Council, our city staff, and the residents of our great city, I'd like to welcome you to this year's African Landing Day commemoration. We're here today to make something beautiful out of a story that begins with unspeakable ugliness. We're here to remember people, ancestors, who were robbed of their dignity as human beings. And yet, as we gather today, we will sing and dance and celebrate our culture, which began as their culture. Because this is a story of survival, perseverance, and the determination to look into the face of cruelty and injustice and to rise above it. This is African Landing Day. It marks that moment in 1619 when the first ship transporting Africans in chains arrived here on these shores. Those men and women brought here to be bought and sold came from the West African nation of Angola. Now, more than 400 years later, our city is working to establish a formal relationship with a city in Angola. Earlier this summer, 2 members of our city council visited Melange, Angola, and helped lay the foundation of a sister cities relationship between our 2 cities. 2 communities, originally bonded by blood and injustice, will now be bonded by friendship and a joyous exchange of cultures. We will learn more about the roots we have come to share, and we will be stronger together. That's what this weekend is really all about. It's about being stronger together. It's about commemorating those who were enslaved, memorializing those who died in the Middle Passage, grieving what they lost, but at the same time celebrating this beautiful African culture that thrives here in our country today, because those men and women brought it with them and refused to give it up. We see it all the time in our American culture, how diversity and unity come together to form something wonderful. How people from different cultures, different backgrounds, can learn from each other. They can learn to love one another. If enough people do that, we develop a new culture, and we are stronger together. We are commemorating those first Africans today, but we're also celebrating the legacies of so many who came after them. We're honoring those who worked at the plantations in the 19th century and who carried on under the worst of circumstances. We're honoring those who made lives for themselves and their families during Reconstruction and who kept hope alive during the Great Depression. We're honoring those who fought in wars to defend a country that didn't always defend them. And we are honoring those who risked their lives to march for civil rights because they would not give up on America. It is because of all of them that we are here today. And even as we remember their struggles and their battles and their hardships, today we celebrate who they were and what they did, and we do it together.
Good afternoon. I'm also going to say, Wesekele. Wesekele. It is an honor to be here. My name is Martin Brown. I serve as the Chief Diversity Officer for the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I am here to celebrate freedom with you, to celebrate the loss of freedom, the fight for freedom, the defense of freedom, and the celebration of freedom. I was listening here to the story of Anthony and Isabella Tucker, and just a few feet from here, they were shackled and enslaved physically, but their spirits were never shackled and enslaved. The spirit of freedom in them lived not just in their children, but their children's children, their children's children's children, and in us today. So we celebrate that spirit of the Tuckers. We celebrate the spirit of those individuals who were enslaved, but were also free, who came to this land. Today I recognize and honor those who made it through the Middle Passage here in 1619, but also those who didn't make it. We recognize, we pause, and we reflect on the freedom that they lost as well. I lay before you this is a soil blending ceremony. And so one of the things that we wanted to do was to recognize different places in Virginia that were important, that express freedom, that we could blend that soil, that sacred soil, with the soil here at Fortress, not just Port Comfort, but the Fortress of Freedom. 12 generations after Isabella and Anthony arrived, there were 3 men, Baker, Mallory, and Townsend, who pursued freedom and received their freedom right here. We recognize those men because there were thousands that followed them. And through those thousands, more were set free. One of the places and one of the soil that we recognize and that we bring is first from the Emancipation Oak at Hampton University. It's there in 1863 where individuals who were here went and heard for the first time that their freedom was real, was tangible, and was expressed. We also have the soil of a place, a farm not far from here called Chatham's Farm. It's near Varina, Virginia. It's a small place, but it's a place where a great battle, a Civil War battle, took place. During the war, the 1st Regiment of the U.S. Colored Troops was assembled here in Hampton, Portsmouth, and Norfolk. One of the battles that they faced was pushing Robert E. Lee out of Richmond at this place called Chatham's Farm. During that battle, they fought so valiantly that there weren't just 1 or 2 Medal of Honor winners who were U.S. Colored Troops. There were 14 Medal of Honor winners at this battle of Newmarket and Chatham's Farm. So the soil, the sacred soil of that battlefield is also with you. We also bring the soil of a place in Farmville, Virginia. It's a school where some high school students decided that they wanted real equality, they wanted equal educational opportunities. And so they pursued the course of fighting for their freedoms through the courts. And in their fight, they won their battle through the Brown versus Board of Education decision, and so they're sold there from Moton High School in Farmville, Virginia. We've also brought soil from a place that's not well known, but it's really important and strategic. It's called Holly Knoll. It's right up the York River, it's right on the banks of the York River, and it's a place where those individual lawyers named Hill, Oliver Hill, Spotswood Robinson, Thurgood Marshall, they went and they retreated to discuss and debate and figure out, how do we get this law passed? How do we win the day? So there's soil here from Holly Knoll. The United Negro College Fund was actually founded at this location. So there's soil here from Holly Knoll. And lastly, we brought soil from the state capital of Virginia. It's a fascinating place, but the history is both negative and positive. It's a place where the President of the Confederacy and Confederate generals was sworn in to fight against freedom, but it's also a place where the first black governor was sworn in the South, the first black lieutenant governor, the first black woman lieutenant governor, the first black House Speaker were also sworn in. And so we bring soil from the state capital of Virginia as well.
Oh yeah, I'm about to move it back.
On the grounds of the state capitol, there is a civil rights memorial. It's important, it's special. I would encourage everybody to go and visit. And the creators of the memorial had a decision to make. What do we put on it? Who do we honor? What do we say? And they made a deliberate decision to put one inscription on it. And it's a fascinating inscription because they could have put anything. But what they decided to put was a quote from Thurgood Marshall. And the quote reads, and it's really important because it talks about not just today, but it talks about how we see the future. Inscribed on the Civil Rights Memorial in Virginia State Capitol, it reads, "The legal system can force open doors and sometimes even knock down walls, but it cannot build bridges. That job belongs to you and me." I conclude my remarks by asking us to continue to fight for this principle, this ideal, this goal of Justice Marshall, which is to build bridges that laws can't create. To build bridges not just with Angola, to build bridges not just with one another, but with our families, with our communities, and with our nation. Because we're all striving to be a more perfect union. I close by saying I want to thank you. I pray that God will continue to bless the country of Angola, that God will bless the Commonwealth of Virginia and the United States of America. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Jana Friesen McCabe. She serves as the site manager at the Eisenhower National Historic Site in Pennsylvania. I've asked her to give greetings for us in Portuguese.
Boa tarde e bem-vindo. A delegação angolana trazemos saudações e felicidades do secretário do Departamento do Interior e do diretor dos Parques Nacionais. Estamos honrados com sua presença.
Glenn is complaining that I brought a ringer. For those that I haven't had the opportunity to say hello to, good afternoon. My name is Kirsten Talkins-Spalding, and I am serving as your Deputy Regional Director here for this area. It is my privilege to greet you on behalf of the Secretary of the Interior, Deb Holland, and the Director of the National Park Service, Chuck Sams, both of themselves enrolled in Native Nations. Hello to you all, and deep greetings to the delegation of Angola. Benvenuto. I am humbled to have the privilege and responsibility to share with you some of the stories of the place where so much has happened. After all, Fort Monroe is American history. In 2026, the United States of America will commemorate her 250th birthday as a nation. But the truth is, the history of this land goes back further than 250 years, and it is all reflected right here at Fort Monroe. Since time immemorial, Native Americans have called this place home. The land that would eventually become known as Fort Monroe was an important place to Native Americans where they gathered resources and at times even lived here. It remains a significant indigenous place to this day. When English settlers landed here in 1607, they too saw the importance of this place for its abundance in resources and as a strategic location to protect this new English colony. So they drove out the native peoples away, taking it for themselves and calling it Point Comfort. As we all know, in 1619, the first Africans landed here. These people did not come willingly. They were kidnapped from their homes and forced into slavery. Today, we call such actions human trafficking. They were sold or traded for goods to English colonists, and they marked the beginning. This then marked the beginning of enslavement of African people in English-speaking America. Here on this soil, on these grounds. History is not always easy to hear. It is not always inspiring or uplifting. History is hard, and it is imperative that we continue to share these stories so that we may learn from them and not repeat the mistakes of the past. The National Park Service has the supreme honor to care for places like Fort Monroe that tell the complicated stories of what it means to be an American. The Africans who were brought here in 1619 did not choose their journey, but we honor them as American ancestors. It is important that we remember their story as we seek to fulfill the dream of a more perfect union. So today, we honor and remember those who came before us. We acknowledge those gathered here today, and we celebrate those yet to come as we strive to realize the promise in the soils blending together here on this hallowed ground. E pluribus unum, of many one, because after all, we know a cord of 3 strands is not easily broken. Obrigado. And thank you.
And now it is finally time. I know you have some soils in your hand. I know you have some soils around you. We're going to begin that wonderful soil blending. It is going to be participatory. You all have been awesome. We just want to give you all a round of applause just for sitting and listening and being a part of this today. It has been a long but important day we have now. So we're going to come together and we're going to begin this procession. And the first people to come through the procession are going to be the indigenous blending that we have here. Shero and Haka. And Shero and Haka will from the Nottoway tribe of Southampton, led by Chief Walter Red Hawk Brown.
Osio, this is such a great honor, and I say it's such a great honor because we were here first, and we are still here. This is our land. I want you to realize that, okay? That we were here long before any other ethnicity came to this country. Hello? Can you say aho? Can you say hoke, which means yes? Good, yes. I'm going to ask my tribal members that are still here to come forward. What I have the soil that came off of our tribal land in Southampton County, Virginia, which was originally 41,000 acres of reservation land granted to us by the House of Burgess. It was already our land, but they granted us 41,000 acres of reservation land in 1705 to the Chero and Haka Nottoway Indian tribe of Southampton County, Virginia. So in 1735, the land began to be sold off after the Commonwealth relieved the two tribal interpreters, Henry Briggs and Thomas Wynn. But anyway, to make this story short, the last piece disappeared out of the hands of the Chero and Haka Nottoway Indian tribe in 1875. Okay? However, in the early 2000s, we managed to reclaim 263 acres of that 41,000 acres of reservation land. There were two tracts, a circle tract, which consisted of 18,000, and a square tract, which consisted of 23,000 acres. However, it was not a circle tract or square. It was an octagon. It was surveyed by beats and bounds back in those days with chains. Okay? So some of the land was really not recorded. But anyway, I have the land from our tribal land, over 263 acres. I have the soil from that. And before I put this in, I want you to know that every year we celebrate two American powwows on our land in Cortland, Virginia, called Catasharak Town. Now that name, Catasharak Town, is not a made-up name. Some of you may be aware of William Byrd II of Westover, who was involved in the dividing line between Virginia and North Carolina. He was also on the Colonial Council when the capital was in Williamsburg. How many of you know that Ohio was Virginia, West Virginia was Virginia, and North Carolina was Virginia? Well, he was involved in that, okay? He came to our tribal land on April the 7th, April the 8th, 1728, and he described our village, so we took his writing and put the village back up. But anyway, in this bucket here, in this basket, which is going to represent the blending of all nations, all cultures, all ethnicities, as we move forward to make this country a better place to live, because we are one. We are all created in the spirit of Kwekahunte, who is our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Some people refer to him as Yeshua, etc. Okay? But we were created in his image, in his spiritual image, not necessarily in his facial complexion image, okay? But in his spiritual image. So now I place this soil from our tribal land, because we were here first, and we're still here in this basket of Virginia. Thank you so very much.
And now we have the Angola blending. We have His Excellency Felipe Sao, Minister of Culture, and His Excellency Ambassador Van Dunham and Batoto Yeto. We also want to let you know that in each of the jars that you picked up from the other area, there's sand, that is sand and dirt from Angola. Following behind the Angolan blending will be the Commonwealth blending. And Martin Brown, Chief Diversity Officer, will begin his walk down. And as a reminder, that is coming from 5 different sacred areas throughout the Commonwealth. And we are thrilled to be able to have all those placed here And together, as a community, as a commonwealth, we all support the freedom that we have and the blending. Now our legacy blendings, the Tucker 1624 Society. Yes, the Tucker 1624 Society. Yes, all the Tucker family that is here. The Project 1619 will now blend theirs in. Project 1619. The day program will be putting in their soil. Drum arts yoga, so important to all of what to this Hampton area. We are thrilled that they will blend their soils in. The city of Hampton will blend in their soil. And will be followed by the National Park Service blending their soil in. That's all right. And Fort Monroe Authority will follow. Now you all stand on up. Get on ready. Come, my brothers, my sisters, my friends, my community, bring your soil and blend it together, showing that we are one community.
The Liberty Temple from the Montpelier Foundation and the Montpelier
I'm in
Descendant
Fort
Committee.
Monroe. I'll tell you more. I'm about to be done. I'll see you in probably give me an hour. All right, bye. Bye, Mom.
My soil for my home, but I was born in Angola, so as an Angolan native, this is very important for me and my children. And by the way, my daughter's middle name is Isabella Misutaka. I'm so blessed to be here today.
Hello, everybody. We're the Conservation Society here. Great. Vice Mayor of Hampton. We have soil from the cemeteries in Hampton. So we know Conservation Ancestral Cemetery, Bassett Cemetery, Nelson Ballard Cemetery, and Ellis Cemetery. We'd like to mix our soil in honor of their labor and